You want me
I
to
think,
wait?
yeah, I will introduce and then you can. I think the share screen options, I think, is already set,
Yep, looks like
probably.
it.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
So, Pedro, I think we can start. So just let me know. Posso começar, gente? Pode? Oh, okay, so we're back to our next session. So it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Sarah Algo, a distinguished scholar whose work has significantly advanced our understanding of emotions and social connections. Sarah received her PhD in social psychology from the University of Virginia. Then she did a postdoc in health psychology at the University of California, and then another postdoc at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She's currently a professor in the Department of Psychology and Neuroscience at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She's the director of the Emotions and Social Interactions in Relationships Laboratory. Then she founded the Love Consortium, a global network of research to facilitate the collaborative use of archived data and advance the scientific study of social connection. Building on this initiative, she later expanded to include the Gratitude Project. And as a personal note, I need to say that I'm so honored to be invited to join the board of the Gratitude Project. It's a truly pleasure to interact with you and your exceptional team, Sarah. So thanks a lot. Dr. Sarah expertise spans emotions, relationships, and health psychology. Her basic research questions illuminate the social interactions that are at the heart of high quality relationships, including giving to others, expressing gratitude, sharing laughter, and she uses a range of quantitative methods to measure the behavior, psychology, and biology of each member of different deities, and use also longitudinal studies design. So it's a lot of beautiful and amazing things that Sarah has been doing. And it's a pleasure, Sarah, to have you here with us. So thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
Well, it's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. And again, I really apologize for for my misunderstanding about the timing, but super happy to be here. And I'm trying to figure out how to share my slides. It's not working the way it normally does for me, so
Oh,
that's okay. I will figure it out here real quick. For some reason. Sorry.
no
I
problem.
I tried it this morning and it's um not working. Let me try this way. Mm. Can you? Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Awesome.
Okay. Okay, we'll see. Somehow this doesn't have my notes on it, but that's okay. I'm again so pleased to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. And I'm really excited to talk to you about actually some of my lab's newest work um, on love and related constructs. So I want to just start by having you all think about your very best relationships, your favorite aunt, uncle, family member, maybe coworker, maybe the best romantic relationship you've ever had, and just think about why you got into those relationships in the first place, what it is that helped you fall into them and keeps you coming back for more. What I would propose to you is that what you're not thinking about is how well you fight. So instead, you might be thinking about laughter and respect and admiration and the excitement that you get from hanging out with those people. So what I've been advocating for a few years are that we as a field to really understand what helps us bring out the best in ourselves and others is to really focus on the emotions and social behaviors that really promote social relationships. So today I want to do a bit of a background on what I even mean by that phrase that I just used. And then I want to spend the most of my time looking at data that we've been collecting lately. It really focuses in on the emotion and social behavior of love and how we can use these methods to try to unpack mechanisms for social connection. And then if I have a second, I'll talk about implications for social connection research. And Paulo, please tell me when I should cut it off. All right. So the first thing that we need to talk about is positive emotions and what they are. So I was trained as an emotion researcher, and all emotions are important to me. They're all valuable, but positive emotions have a special place in my heart, in part because I think they are the underdogs. So I really don't think that most researchers understand just how pervasive positive emotions are in our everyday lives, and critically, how pervasive they actually are in our best relationships. So I'm going to give you just one example data point from one of our studies. I have multiple ways that you could think about this, but in one study of 80 couples, who both people answered a questionnaire every night for 14 nights, and embedded within that questionnaire, we asked them to just think about their interactions with their partner that day. And specifically, we said, we want to just hear about one that stood out to you the most today. It doesn't have to be good or bad. We really tried to not make people feel like they couldn't tell us about a fight or had to tell us something amazing. It was just kind of, sometimes it's going to be a boring day. We just want you to think about that. And so we had over 1,800 days of data from these people in our study, and these tended to be happy couples, and that's a really important point. And so importantly, then, what we asked them was, what were your emotional responses to that interaction? So we asked them about 26 or 27 different emotions, and you don't have to look at them. I'll show you the pattern. And they answered on a range scale. The y-axis is accurate representation from 0, not at all, to 6, very much. And I've circled the midpoint of the scale. And what I want you to see is that across these days, most people, most days, on the positive valence side of the figure, those are all the terms that are positive in valence. And most of the experiences that they had with their partners, the ones that stood out to them the most that day, were above the midpoint of the scale on positivity. So these terms are words like loving and satisfied, appreciative, warm, proud, for example. And look at the negative valence side of the screen. So the highest ratings across all days were for frustrated and indebted, which anybody who's in a relationship might recognize that, yeah, that might happen a little bit. But on average, the negative experiences that they had with their partner were less than half a point across days. So for me, this is really important, in part because if we're really trying to understand how to get into good relationships and what makes them work, then we have to be paying attention to this most frequent set of experiences that people actually have in their best relationships. We should try to model that and really understand what's going on there. Some of the reasons why we would want to pay attention to the positively valenced emotions are that we humans, a lot of us strive toward happiness and toward reward, right? And so those are a reward. Hanging out with somebody that you love and have fun with is a reward, and in itself, it shapes behavior. Any given emotion can shape and coordinate interaction in systematic ways. So I have a lot of work on gratitude, for example. And then critically, positive emotions help to foster growth over time. And this is really an area that is under appreciated, I think, but really lends itself to really interesting opportunities for theorizing. So with that backdrop, I want to switch from emotion to behavior and tell you a little bit more about what I mean by relationship promoting behaviors. So this is a new phrase we've been using. So in theory, the way that one emotion coordinates between two people is that somebody has to do something that the other person perceives, and then that can draw the other person in. And so what we should be looking for when we're trying to do this work are the behaviors that most directly promote relationships. So there are a lot of really good behaviors that that are not bad to do in relationships and are actually important for the functioning of relationships, but some of them just incidentally help the relationship. And so when I use the word promote, I really mean, by this definition, an activity that supports or provides active encouragement for the furtherance of a cause, venture, or aim. So I'm going to summarize these behaviors that we've identified as probably pretty prototypically relationship promoting behaviors. I'm not excluding others, but we have the best dyadic evidence for these. So in a nutshell, expressing gratitude or feels good to hear. The person who hears the expression of gratitude feels good, and it can draw that person in to the relationship. Sharing laughter makes people think that they are similar in the moment, and we know that similarity can breed a sense of mental intimacy, and affectionate touch is physically a way that people can connect with one another. And we know that also fosters emotional intimacy directly. And so these are three behaviors that we really wanted to put to a pretty tough theoretical test. So if you're really interested in the idea of relationship promotion, then you would want to see that when these behaviors are present, that relationship could actually develop over time. And so we took advantage of an opportunity to test this. By using, I'll tell you more about that in a second. So this is my team that I've been working with for the past few years. This is the post-pandemic. We've been doing all kinds of new data collection efforts, and they're amazing. And I'll give random shout outs to some of them. There's a bunch of undergraduates and postdocs and postbacks in the last few years. So I want to talk about, I guess I'm talking about love. So sorry, that slide about the relationship promoting behaviors, we did put it to the test, and we actually showed that when people had those behaviors in initial interactions with people that they just met and were wanting to get to know better, those behaviors actually did forecast the future of the relationship. So I'm happy to share that paper with you by email. Let's talk about love, though. So there's been surprisingly little empirical work on the emotion of love. And it might surprise you, given how much love seems to drive so many people's thoughts and feelings throughout their everyday lives. And some of the work that I really like the best, that was the earliest work on love, is by Bev Fair, where she really digs deep into the concepts of love and commitment. And then John Gonzaga and colleagues who really considered love to be a commitment device. And there's been more evidence building for that possibility. So in this study, what we really wanted to do, because people haven't really been studying love and willing to call what they're studying like love proper, we wanted to see if we could, there's really not consensus in the scholarly literature on what love is. We wanted to see if we could really come up with a measure that would just pretty validly describe lay people's own experiences of what they mean when they say that they're feeling love in the moment. And then maybe that would be useful for actually pushing research forward in this area. So with Brett Murphy, who was a postdoc, he's now an assistant professor at Texas A&M in San Antonio. Brett is a scale measurement guru. And so he basically found, in my opinion, he found like everything anybody has ever said about what love is or feels like. And he created a wide array of items, almost 100 items. We ran 5 studies that included sampling moments where people said that they were experiencing love. And that includes 2 studies of 800 participants from 400 couples and more than 6,000 moments of live dyadic interactions in the lab. So we really had potentially love in the moment in these studies. And I'm going to spare you the details of the studies and all of the validation that we did. But what we concluded from our work is that when people say that they're experiencing love in the moment, particularly toward a romantic partner, which is really interesting for theorizing here, if you look at the left side of your screen, they're saying that they're experiencing adoration, a deep sense of commitment, and caring for their partner and affection. And what's interesting is that this is a separable dimension from passion. So even though we were studying people who are talking about a romantic partner, the passion component, this feelings of intense desire or wanting to physically connect with somebody, their partner, actually separates out. And it's interesting to me because this is basically conceptually replicating what we've actually known since the 1980s by Elaine Hatfield and Sue Sprucker have a more global scale of passionate love. All right, so one of the things that I really like about this set of items is that it really highlights the concept of commitment in a way that a lot of really recent work on the experience of love has kind of set aside, and it brings it back. And it's really relevant to some of the other theorizing that I've been doing on about how people connect and why connections matter. So I'll talk to you more about that right now. So I already told you I'm really interested in behavior, and lately my lab has been really inspired by animal behavior and markers of bonding in animals. And in this set of studies, we took advantage of Tatum Jolink is the woman holding the dog on the right side of the screen, the left side of the screen, sorry. And we took advantage of her expertise in coding affectionate touch between people who are hanging out in our lab on our couch. And so she trained Zoe and Brett there, and together they trained a legion of research assistants and coded almost 1,400 videos where couples were having conversations. It was a massive task. And here I was able to awkwardly block out the faces of people because I don't have permission to share their faces, but you can see that participants in our lab in this study sat on this couch and they had these conversations. Afterwards, they came over here to the computer and they reported how much love in the moment they were experiencing and some other questionnaires. And then they went back to the couch to have their next conversation. So one innovation that we did beyond just coding every single person's affectionate touch toward their partner is that we also realized we could look at how close they choose to sit to their partner, how close to their partner they choose to sit by coding, giving a higher number closer into the middle of the cushion. And so let me tell you about two really hypothesis tests that we had about the opportunity for love in the moment to drive connection between two people, actual physical connection. So regarding drawing closer, and here you can see different configuration. These are new images of people. We showed, it turns out that people actually tended to go back to the same spot on the couch. So there wasn't enough variability to test for, conversation to conversation change. But what we show is that on average, people who said that they experienced more love in the moment toward their partner during those conversations also sat closer to where they took the opportunity to sit closer to where their partner is on the couch. So that's one finding. Our next finding, though, was with actual affectionate touch from one person to the next. So with this, we did have good variability from conversation to conversation. So we were able to separate the between person's effect from the within person's effect. Some of you who are here are not used to working with these experience sampling data. So I'll explain what that means. So the between person's effect is really like similar to what I just told you. Across all conversations, do people tend to have who tend to have more love in the moment toward their partner, do they also tend to touch their partner more? But the within person is the more conservative test that we're really going for. We're theorizing about a momentary situation. And so with this one, we can say for if a person has a greater love in the moment in a given conversation, even compared to their typical love, do they then touch their partner more in that conversation? So it's a much more conservative test, and the answer is yes for both. We were able to find that that variability is really robustly predicted by the love in the moment, and we also run these analyses controlling for general relationship satisfaction. So the momentary love that we're capturing is not the same as their global evaluations of their partner. So that's a first step toward pushing this idea that we really can measure and understand what the psychological experience of love is for people. And it's really some of the very first data that I am aware of that directly link that experience of love with the motivational drive to connect, which we can show through that nonverbal behavior. So I hope that I've piqued your curiosity about the scientific value of studying the construct of love as a momentary experience, and the behavior of actual physical connection between people. Okay, so now I want to take a turn and tell you about some new work that we've been doing on this concept that I'm now calling enacted love. And here, we're not looking at people who are already bonded, but we're imagining the possibility that we could actually love strangers. Some of you in this room think that that's really intuitive, and some of you are like, never. There's no way, people don't love strangers. Let's see what we find. All right, so we're going to move back out to more complex interpersonal behaviors, and scholars from across disciplines have really characterized actually a wide variety of behaviors. They claim that they might be acts of love. But I will tell you that I don't think we really know because we don't have data. People aren't measuring love. And I'm not here to say that these on the screen are not loving behaviors, but I do want to tell you what I think we should be placing our bet on. And that is called active constructive responding to capitalization attempts. Now, what did I just say? That's a mouthful. So what we know is that most times, Shelley Gable and Harry Reese showed us that most times when something good happens, we share that good news with somebody else. That's called capitalizing, so capitalizing on the good news. And for anybody who has shared good news with somebody, and then that person goes on to rain on your parade, tell you like, oh, great promotion, but man, we're never going to see you anymore. What's up with that? Or whatever. You know that how the other person responds really makes a difference. And what they've shown across labs and years here is that active constructive responding to that good news is what makes a difference for the other person. And that can be as simple as, Paulo, I'm so excited for you that you got that paper accepted. I know you've been working so hard on it. And man, reviewer 2 was just really, anyway, but I'm really happy for you. Congratulations. And it can be that simple. So what I'm bringing to the table beyond the relationship science side of things is emotion science, affective science. What we know is that emotion coordinates behavior. What we know about moments of love from all the literature on the emotion of love is that it's focused on another person. So its motivation and its motivations are self-transcendent. Its motivations are about that other person. And the most important thing that literature hasn't even engaged with yet very much is that it's positive in valence. And so these features of the experience of love really nicely map on to active constructive behavioral responding to a person's capitalization attempt. And so the first question that we wanted to tackle was whether it's possible that active constructive responding is a reliable signal of love. And we do have a preliminary study from romantic couples where we demonstrated that one person's experience of love for their partner after their partner shares good news predicts that listeners active constructive responding in the lab. So that was our first test. And actually that's above and beyond the other positive emotions that the partner is experiencing in the moment. And I'm going to skip over this because I just told you that. Because what I want to, and also we're running out of time. I wanted to focus though on the idea of loving strangers. So this is not a new concept across religious traditions, but also there's been lots of thinking about loving your neighbor, loving, humanity and so forth. But there's really very little behavioral data to help us understand what a loving person might be like, and again, whether it's even possible. So what we wanted to do in this study was first just describe whether there's even meaningful variability in people's capitalization responses toward a perfect stranger. Does the behavior exist in the world, in the wild? And then we wanted to test for some construct validity. And then we wanted to see if it matters and over time, because I always like to do that. So in this study, we took advantage of this opportunity to have enroll first-year students right when they moved to Chapel Hill and onto campus. And we had almost 200 students. We brought them into the lab and we got a measure of their capitalization response, which I'll tell you in a second. And we assumed that measure that we captured in the lab was a proxy for how they might be when they go out and meet new people and their other new people in their daily lives. So that's what we did. We sent them out into the world, and every time they met someone that they thought they might want to get to know better, we had them tell us about it by filling out a brief experience sampling report. And this is what the labs looked like, where we had them attend the lab, and they struck up at the end of the lab session, the experimenter struck up a seemingly casual conversation with them that was designed to insert one key line, which was, I'm a terrible actress, but anyway, it was, while I was in the other room waiting for you, I found out a piece of good news, and this is going to sound a little weird, but I just had to tell somebody. I found out I got off the wait list to adopt a puppy. I get to pick her up tomorrow, and I'm so excited. Okay, so it's very sweet, and we had 21 experimenters delivering this news to, so there's a lot of variability even in actually how good they were at delivering it, just like my own variability. And what we were able to do was we had a team of novice coders trained, and they were able to systematically see variance in people's active constructive responding. So you see at the bottom of this histogram, the scale ranges from 2 to 14. And you can see this really gorgeous distribution of real human behavior. So I'm here to tell you, documenting for the world, people naturally vary in how they respond to when somebody else shares good news with them, a perfect stranger. They can also self-report this. I'm happy to chat more about that later. So the next question is whether it relates to love. So do we have any validity for this idea? And we measure at baseline, we measured this compassionate love of humanity, and we see a modest correlation between that responses on that self-report scale and their behavior in the lab. But we also wanted to test a novel measure that's just more face valid. So we asked people the intensity, frequency, and number of people toward whom they experienced love in the past 2 days. We asked this at study entry, basically at the time that they did this, but also 2 months later, really at the end of the semester. And our most stringent of the analyses showed that their active constructive responding in the lab actually forecasted their future experiences of love in their everyday lives, even controlling for the love that they, had at baseline. And so this is our second piece of convergent evidence that this might be a thing. All right. And I always like to know, who cares? So from this study, we can tell you that it really might matter. So people who were more active and constructive, and I'll start to say loving in the lab toward a perfect stranger, then went on to actually report more people that they might want to get to know over the course of the semester. and they said that they enjoyed those interactions more. The reason that I care about this is that some of the most robust findings from relationship science and health psychology are that both the number, the quantity, and the quality of our relationships is really what helps us to thrive. So stay tuned there. We wanted to keep pushing on this idea that that these are some of my these are some of my favorite findings, actually, that love is like enacted love, that this really might be enacted love. And so we designed a within subjects experiment where we got people, online participants who were pretty demographically diverse, but were the same age, so peers of the people who were interacting in the lab. And we showed them 12 of these actual videos, 4 that had been coded as having a low response, middle, and high response. And of course, these were randomly assigned. So I wanted to know if participants would see love. We pre-registered the hypothesis that they would. You might be skeptical. My lab was skeptical. My own lab was skeptical. Because there's a lot of variability, and these are strangers. Is this love, right? And so we just simply asked them, to what extent does this person seem loving? And you can see the scale again, it's the true scale ranging from 0, not at all, to 6, very much. And I've marked the midpoint of the scale. And then across the x-axis, you can see the low, middle, and high conditions. And here are the results. Very systematic. This affective condition explains 50% of the variance in people's ratings of loving. And I really like to draw attention to the high condition. That is a whole lot of love that they see from this stranger acting toward another stranger. That's a 4.7 on the 6-point scale. So that's step 3, the third way that we've converged on this possibility that active constructive responding is a reliable signal of love. And so we wanted to can we replicate that? Let's do this 2 more times. Can we replicate it? And might it matter? And so I'll tell you about these. We designed 2 more experiments that were very similar. And first thing, we directly replicate that finding. So these are not the same graph 3 times. These are 3 different graphs. It still explains 49% of the variance. Condition explains 49% of the variance in ratings of loving. So feel pretty comfortable with that conclusion. And then why would it matter if somebody is a loving person? This is what we want to be thinking about. I think we should be thinking about. So from theory, if love is a commitment device, if signaling that you're a loving person might signal that you're also committed, then other people should see you as more loyal. They might see you as the kind of person who would be willing to sacrifice for them. And we show that in the second study. You can see that in the first 2 figures. But from my lab, it's really important to have connections, not only to just assume that these loving people are going to do things for us, but maybe being a loving person actually is generative for the lover. And so we test and show that people want to hang out with that person more. They're more willing to give them a second chance if they screw up, and they even give them more of their own money in another finding that I don't have a figure for inexplicably. So from these data, I hope I've conveyed that there is value in reliable signals of love, and given you some thought about why we might care about the behaviors that actually signal love, and also to have you think about the possibility that, a lot of research on emotion and social interaction really does focus on interactions between strangers. And here what we did was we took what we know about how things work really well in good relationships, and we moved it out to understanding how we might build more information about how to get along with strangers. So I want to just end by mentioning that from my soapbox that I've been on for the past few years, I really want to argue that taking this different approach of thinking about what is happening in the very best relationships, what really helps them to thrive, what are the behaviors that push things forward and help people connect really actively, if we think about that, we might be able to actually start unlocking other really pernicious problems in the tough nuts to crack, I think is the phrase, in the field. So Harry Harlow made this. If you haven't had a chance to read his, it's easy to find on Google. It's his 1958 American Psychological Association presidential address on the nature of love. And he had the audacity to talk about love and what it is and why, and that it's a primary drive. It's a beautiful paper and quirky and fun. But here in his first paragraph, I'll just read, whatever your personal feelings might, some people might think that love is an improper topic for experimental research, but it doesn't matter. Our assigned mission as psychologists is to analyze all facets of human and animal behavior into their component parts. And he goes on to chastise the field way back then that we're not there with love. And I would say we have a long way to go. But I hope I've helped to illustrate that we can do this experimentally, we can find the mechanisms, and doing so might matter. So I'm going to skip over these last two potential implications of this, and I want to just take a few minutes to say, I obviously think there are a million more really exciting questions in this domain on love and gratitude and affection, and so I did found this organization called the Love Consortium, and our goal is to really foster collaborations. And so we have a dataverse. We have a Love Consortium dataverse as well as a gratitude dataverse, where if you have any data with variables that are anywhere in the social domain, we really invite you to share the description of your data set. You don't even have to share your data. You just have to be willing to collaborate with your data if somebody reaches out. But also, if you're interested and excited about these questions, come search the Dataverse. The people who have posted descriptions of their data sets, we have over 108 data sets. A lot of them have data just like what I've just talked about, these really rich data sets where you can test new questions, you can conceptually replicate other findings that you have and build a stronger and more robust understanding of the phenomena in this area. And again, I want to really thank Paulo for being on our advisory board, and it's been a joy to get to know you. And thanks again for your invitation and for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah, for your talk. It's so inspiring, and while you were talking, at some moment I realized that I was all the time like laughing, like not laughing in a kind of more positive way, in a kind of, because I don't know, talking about love is something that I think touch everybody, so it's so cool, and it's interesting. You comment about the Harlow paper, and it's interesting to see how psychology was closed to positive emotions, and you are the ones in this in our time changing this thing, and showing people that we can and we need to talk about love, we need to study love, we need to do these things, and stuff couldn't be better for our meeting, because our meeting is the second Rethinking the Future, and we are trying to find some solutions
Yeah.
to some issues, and I do believe that love is a big part of this thing, and so thank you very much. So thanks a lot, Sarah. It was great. We have some questions, so let's move to them.
Okay.
So there are some people that are watching us at the YouTube, and they are writing their questions. But there are also these guys here in my lab, you see in this screen. So they are there with several answers. And also I would like to thank Professor Ronaldo and Professor Walter. They are here with us during the meeting. So thank you very much for joining us. So yeah, guys, you can go.
Hi. Hello. Hi, Sarah. It was a great presentation. We were all very laughing together as well. We were very excited. And I think your examples and everything, the way you talk was just amazing. So thank you very much for being here with us today and having giving us the opportunity to listen to you. I had a question about do you study a little bit about gender differences for in love? How do you if you put that in your research, because I think you might have differences. So I was just curious about that.
Yeah, that is a wonderful question. Can I turn it back on you and ask you what you think the differences might,
I
where
think
you think the difference might lie?
I think like I was thinking about the empathy, how women usually are more empathic than men. So I also thought about that this way for love. Maybe women would be perceived and feel more love than the men.
Yeah, that's I think so. The short answer is we don't have any evidence for gender differences at this moment. Um, and we haven't tested all the possibilities is the other thing. So just as a like for the perceptions of the people who are expressing who are doing the capitalization response, for example, we actually that study was like 75% female participants. So, you know, in the videos, like, so we don't even have enough data there. But in terms of like, you know, maybe a higher mean level, but the systematic finding, I think, will be robust. So that difference between so you're still going to have a low to high, low capitalization respondents being seen as less loving than the high capitalization respondents. So I would be shocked if that goes away, you know, but given how robust the findings are, but it's also possible that there might be mean level differences, for example, in that. And then also the other thing about that, I really do love this question, especially when talking about people who come into a study with somebody that they care about or love, right? So, you know, all genders experience love toward the people that they love is, I think, the biggest thing takeaway. And so I do try to test for gender differences, especially in opportunities where I can show, like, test it and then say, like, we have a ton of data. Actually, it turns out men love women, men love too, you know, because these are human emotions and they're human emotions, right? And they're adaptive and we need to open those doors, but it's also valid because there's obviously socialization around emotion, experience, and expression, and we don't have enough data yet.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Fernandez has another question.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you so much for your talk. I'm someone who studies prejudice, so I really do think that we could use a little more love and a little more, positive emotions in our everyday life. So I was wondering if you think there's some way that we can kind of promote love, not romantic love, but like real connections between people, and how can we do it?
Oh, it's $1 million question right now, I think. Yeah, and I think that we're there. I think the research on love and social connection is right at the cusp to be able to start to test some innovative interventions. We finally have, like I showed you those, there are some of these behaviors that really seem to, like, in the moment they connect people. And I think that there are a lot of opportunities for creative ways to use those to kind of smooth interactions, especially like in advance of something that people might think is a difficult interaction, for example. And it really is the case. I think that the data have just arrived. And so I would just say, like, of course, we should be thinking about, like, what are the most active ingredients to make those connections, and then that's what we should be trying to integrate into, whatever context we're.
Great, thank you.
Hope that's helpful.
Hi, Sarah. I'm Nisa, and I was left wondering about your presentation about the types of capitalizing. So, since sitting together in the lab showed that people tended to love each other more,
can we tell if capitalizing good news to a stranger who hugs you as a response tends to feel more lovely or more aversive, maybe?
I couldn't quite hear the last part of your question. If the person tends to, which person?
If when you capitalize good news to a stranger and he hugs you or she hugs you in can we tell if it would feel lovely or more like aversive because of the physical touch? You know, I was left wondering about the type of response.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great question. I think I think affectionate touch between strangers is a very complicated scenario, right? And it really will depend on whether it's a contextually appropriate response. And then also, this is where the dyad comes into play. I am a hugger, and so a lot of times I will happily take a hug from somebody, but not every time, right? But some people are not huggers, period, right? They're self-professed, they do not hug. So this is really where whether it's appropriate to the situation is one piece of the context, and then the personality and expectations of the person they're interacting with is the other. And that's what's joyful to me about the complexities of studying real social interactions is like you get to make predictions about when it would be good and not.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much.
Good question. Yeah.
I think Ronaldo has a question, then we will be back with a few more if you have.
Okay, Bruno, thank you. Sarah, Professor Sarah, it was a really brilliant and an amazing research line. So congratulations, it was really interesting. And concerning the challenge to measure and to do experimental research with this subject, so it was something really important. But I was wondering about that really clever, interesting behavioral coding strategy that you used to observe behavior of the partners. And I was wondering about the differences that maybe you have described in your research about the cultural background of these partners. And if you have any kind of principally concerning the physical distance between these partners in the couch. So do you have any data that you analyze? Do you have any differences or varied cultural background of your participants to try to understand this kind? Because as a Brazilian, for sure that this issue concerning the physical distance between a couple is something really interesting to think about. And what do you think about this strategy to measure proximity in behavioral coding? Do you think that you have to take in account when you are varying cultures and this kind of issue? So thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. I am so excited to think about and see future tests of cultural variability in all of these behaviors. I was in the Netherlands a month ago and had a really great conversation with this very intercontinental group about cultural variability in the behavior of expressing, of capitalize, like doing the capitalization response, or even if it's seen as overdone and all there's so many opportunities here to think about that. And I would just say, yeah, your concrete question was, do we have information about cultural variability? We don't have very much information, data about cultural variability among a couple members, at least. We might have some like demographic data, and we haven't dug into that very much. We do have really 2 studies of really 800 humans, so we might have enough, real power to actually start to make some predictions there and test some hypotheses, but we haven't done that yet. But back to your broader point, I do think there are a lot of really interesting questions, and the degree to which the paradigm would translate is part of what you're saying, right? Like maybe you have to figure out a different paradigm to be able to look at proximity where you'd actually get variability in a meaningful way, right? like we've also been measuring not just that, but we have another couple studies where we've been asking people on a daily basis how many of the past 24 hours they've spent in physical proximity in the same physical space as their partner. And so there you're going to have a lot more should have a lot more variability. You got 24 hours to work with for people coming home from work early or staying late or going to bed at the same time or not or whatever. So that you might have more variance if you took that broader perspective, for example. Thanks for your question.
Can we have 2 more questions if you don't mind? Do you have the time?
I don't mind. I don't want to go over your schedule here.
No,
So
we're fine. We have some time. This is Mateus, who has a question for you.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you for your talk. My question is if love for strangers is limited only to those who are similar to us, or it can extend even to people with very different social identities.
yeah, I mean, open question. I think I would hypothesize that there are people who have more loving dispositions and they're going to have a higher amount of love even for people of different identities than people who don't have this loving disposition. We haven't identified exactly what is a loving disposition, but from this threads of data, I do think that there probably are people like that, and those would be the first people that I would think would have a higher ability or interest or motivation to love people who have different identities from them. And that's the key, is what is the person's motivation, right? So the reason that some of this works, I think in this is they're very in group in our study, right? But they're also like brand new to the context, and they're eager to learn like what's it all about here in Chapel Hill. And so, but a lot of researchers have done experiments where they set up an affiliative motivation between people, even of different identities. Like that's the goal of the thing, and then they kind of move forward. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity for testing there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Sarah. I'm Anna.
Hi.
After reading, thank you for being here. It's just such an honor to be talking to you.
So
I'd like to ask if you think there are any relevant correlations between trusting one another and inactive love itself, and if the trusting factor would impact the last aspect.
yes, we haven't tested anything like that, but I think it's a good hypothesis that probably the people who are more willing to kind of be vulnerable, show themselves, their own emotions to a stranger, do probably have a higher baseline level of trust of other people. Yeah. Great question. Thanks.
Thank you.
That was us. I'll hand it to Paulo so he can finish this session. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you again, Sarah. It was a great talk. Lots of great data and also lots of ideas and things to move forward. So thank you very much for joining us. It was a great pleasure.
I really appreciated the invitation and the opportunity. So
Yeah,
thanks.
thank you very much. So guys, we are now having a break, and we'll be back at 3 with the talk of Professor Judy Gruber. So see you after. Bye-bye.
Start now?
Oh, yeah? Okay, so I will introduce you and then, yeah. Okay, good afternoon, people. So, no? It's to start? Okay. Good afternoon, people. So we are back to our Rethinking the Future 2, and now I have the honor to introduce you Professor Jen Gruber. She's an associate professor of psychology and neuroscience at the University of Colorado and director of the Positive Emotion and Psychopathology Laboratory. She was previously an assistant professor of psychology at Yale University before relocating to Boulder. She received her PhD in clinical psychology and BA in psychology from UC Berkeley. Professor June Gruber has authored over 100 articles and chapters and edited many books focusing on mental health and positive emotion with a focus on bipolar and related mood disorders. Her work has been recognized by several awards, and when I say several, I mean it. It's really several awards from like APS, Rising Star Award, APS Janet Taylor Spence Award for Transformative Early Career, and NARSAD Young Investigator Award, Yale University's Arthur Greer Memorial Prize for Outstanding Faculty. So many, you can stay here talking about all these things is quite impressive. Professor June teaches courses on topics including emotion, affective science, psychopathology, and happiness, and has created a free online course in human emotion available through YouTube. If you want to learn a lot about emotion, I do recommend you to see these interviews that she offers at the YouTube in this course called Human Emotion. She has given a public TED talk on the dark side of happiness. That doesn't mean that she's not happy. She's happy, but yeah, she also has a lot of research showing also the dark side of happiness. And yeah, she's the recipient of the 2020 Europe Outstanding Faculty Member Award, has a monthly column for young scientists in science career. So many things. So this is just a brief overview of June's work. I need to say that we start collaborating in 2018, and we have many projects together. Some papers already published, but I need to say that beyond our collaboration, I'm deeply grateful to count June as one of my best friends, and she knows that, and I'm so proud of that. So June, thank you for accepting. This year is virtual. Let's see if next year we can do the Rethinking the Future #3, the revenge in person, so you can come to Brazil again. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paulo, for the beautiful introduction. And yes, wonderful friend, scientist, and what an honor to be invited to speak. I'm really excited to have the chance to think together about, I love the title of Rethinking the Future, with a theme on kind of, adopting these insights from psychological neuroscience, interdisciplinary approaches to think about the ways we can create a healthier and happier world. The focus I'm going to take today is kind of, as Paulo mentioned, approaching the ways we can think about our positive emotions or pleasant feelings, and sometimes the challenges we have with them, and what are the implications for psychological and social health. So I'll share some insights from my team's work, where we take a kind of interdisciplinary clinical and affective science approach to look at challenges or difficulties people have sometimes with positive feelings, and thinking together about ways we can leverage some of these findings towards a better world. What I like to start out first as we think together today about positive emotion challenges in psychological health is to also thank Paulo and his team, and also thank my team. So I direct the Positive Emotion and Psychopathology Lab, and just always want to give thanks to the many wonderful students I get to work with just through the years and through different places. And some pictures here of coming to Brazil, as Paulo mentioned, with our families, and just doing research is really doing cooperative behavior with the team. And so what a great place it is to be and work to do together. So as we kind of return to the idea of emotions, I want to start with a quote. I love quotes, and this is one of my favorites. So this is by Jonathan Rottenberg and James Gross, who had said that for many centuries, emotions were regarded as mysterious, even impenetrable to scientific inquiry. It was left to poets to marvel at their power. In recent years, however, psychological research on emotion and emotion regulation has come of age. And we see since then, this is almost 20 years ago, which is hard to believe, like what an explosion of research in the field of emotion from philosophical, psychological, neuroscience perspectives, and what wonderful insights we're gaining. So with respect to positive emotions, I know you had a talk earlier today from Sarah kind of in this realm. We know that there's a lot of wonderful, robust evidence that point out the adaptive benefits of moderate levels of positive feelings. This includes promoting creative or divergent thinking, building physical immunity to stressors, motivating goal pursuit, as well as really fostering social bonds, being the cement of our social relationships. At the same time, a new wave of research, and having grown up near the ocean, I love to literally do slide animations that show waves, but literally a new wave of research has kind of emerged that also points out ways in which positive emotions can also be related to a range of less adaptive health outcomes, cross-sectionally and longitudinally. This includes problematic substance use, risky or unsafe sexual behavior, spending sprees, or sometimes in the clinical realm, we look at pathological gambling, and even higher mortality rates related to increased risk-taking and sort of disregarding cues of threat or potential cues of lack of safety. So to me, this has really pointed out a few features that I want to highlight today, which is thinking about the role of positive emotions in psychological health holistically. This includes, we've added some books that look at what we call, quote, the light side and the dark side. So really embracing that positive emotions can be adaptive for us in certain contexts and in certain amounts, but also in other contexts or in amounts that are too extreme or not well regulated can also be maladaptive or unhealthy for us. We've also done some work kind of bringing together literature that looks at positive emotion challenges in psychopathology. So across different clinical disorders, looking at the role of positive emotion in depression, bipolar disorder, anxiety disorders, substance use, and recognizing the role in psychological health. What's exciting is to see this work really pick up. If you just look at the number of citations for articles that have been published using the word positive emotion, psychological disorder, you're just seeing this is a really growing field. So it's a fun place to be. And it's a complex space to be. So, there's many different ways you can kind of jump into this work across what we say different levels of analysis, from, dispositions we're born with at birth to moment by moment or second by second positive feelings we do or don't have. And we can look at this across time when we're anticipating rewards, we're living them in the moment, or later on, we're trying to regulate post emotion, a response we're having. So it's a fun space to be in. And a student of mine, Cindy Villanueva, also highlighted it's a really interdisciplinary space, not just psychology or neuroscience, but there's many different fields that really can make contributions. And in the US, we're seeing growing funding from the National Institute of Mental Health, among others, to better support this work as well. So it's a growing area, and it's exciting to think about ways we can participate. So what I'll do today then is walk us through some puzzles, which are some foundational puzzles that my lab has devoted time in and got us really interested in this area using an experimental approach. I'll start with a clinical case of bipolar disorder just to kind of highlight how we first got started, but then broaden out and think about other ways we can tackle these questions. Second, I'll delve into some key research priorities we've been focusing on in the past kind of 5 to 7 years, and really with wonderful multi-site and international partnerships with Paulo's team and others that have really kind of expanded to think about kind of globally the role of positive emotions in mental health, and then kind of a path forward together of, where do we go from here? So I'll start with some puzzles and again, just use a kind of clinical case example to really highlight an entry point, and also the lessons we all can learn from studying and understanding people's lived experience with mania, which is the core component of what we call bipolar disorder. If we look into what we use kind of as the diagnostic clinical manual in the US, the DSM, the kind of list of all the symptoms one might have during a period of mania, we see it's really centrally defined by what is referred to as this abnormally or persistently elevated or expansive mood. So we're often asking people, have you had a period of time in your life in which you felt unusually excited, joyful, euphoric, in a way that persisted for days or a week or longer, and was not your kind of normal or typical mood? We're really interested in bipolar disorder because this causes clinically significant impairment. And in fact, when we look at bipolar disorder, this chronic and severe psychiatric disorder, it's defined as we talked about, centrally by periods of mania, though people often, though not always, experience depression. We think of this as a global priority because it's associated with significant kind of public healthcare costs. You see in the US, half of inpatient mental health care costs are accounted for bipolar disorder. Nearly 1 in 5 people who receive treatment for bipolar disorder still experience homelessness in a given year. And if we look globally, it's the 6th leading cause of worldwide disability by the World Health Organization. So really, it's not only a helpful clinical model to study positive emotion, but it has significant global healthcare costs. So when we kind of wonder then, well, what does mania really look like beyond just like symptom checklists? I turned to Kay Jamison, who has lived experience of bipolar disorder, a professor at Johns Hopkins, and wrote a book that some of you may have read called Unquiet Mind. It's her memoir of living with bipolar disorder. And she describes her own experiences of mania as follows. She says, when you're high, it's tremendous. The ideas and feelings are fast and frequent like shooting stars, and you follow them until you find better and brighter ones. Shyness goes, the right words and gestures are suddenly there, the power to captivate others a felt certainty. And yet, the fast ideas are far too fast, and there are far too many. Overwhelming confusion replaces clarity. Memory goes. Humor and absorption on friends' faces are replaced by fear and concern. I had the opportunity for a free series called Talk Mental Illness of interviewing different figures in the field. And when I had the chance to speak with Kate Jamison, who's sort of a science hero of mine, she had this beautiful quote. She said, "It would be hard for me to imagine a more interesting field. It's a field that is deeply rich in human experience, imagination, and science." So when we take an experimental approach to this, we've looked at mania or bipolar disorder along a continuum. So some of the data I'll show you comes from on the far left, kind of these stringently recruited samples using the DSM-5 of people with bipolar disorder or not. And as we kind of move to the right on this continuum, in the middle, we have been doing studies looking at adolescents and young or emerging adults who are kind of at risk for bipolar disorder, but not yet diagnosed, either through self-report validated scales or family history, all the way over to just current symptoms. So to what degree in the past week have you had any symptoms that are like mania? So we kind of look at this in both categorical and dimensional ways. And as someone who loves the science of emotion, when we try to look at what people are feeling who are diagnosed or at risk for mania, we take a multi-method approach. We ask people on the left what they feel and get their self-reported emotion for a variety of positive and negative emotion terms. Sometimes we're coding their emotional behavior in their face, looking at different muscle contractions that really map onto different, what we call prototypical emotional facial displays. And then on the far right, we're trying to understand what's happening in the body, both peripheral kind of nervous system indices, heart rate, breathing, skin temperature, as well as thinking about central nervous system activity through neuroendocrine or neuroimaging technologies. So you'll see data that kind of maps onto these different levels of analysis. This has allowed us to answer a few puzzles then. So all of this is about trying to answer questions we're curious about. some of the initial questions we were curious about in bipolar disorder is, do they indeed have a greater size or magnitude of positive emotion? Do they show kind of stronger positive emotional responses when you present them with different emotional cues? Importantly, is the timing off, or is the kind of situation well matched, or are they having positive emotion to contexts in which that's not the optimal emotion, what we refer to as context insensitive emotions? We look at specificity. So which kinds of positive feelings are people reporting? Is it high arousal feelings like excitement and joy, or do we see other emotions that are more social or other oriented like gratitude, compassion, etc.? And then finally, we want to know, how do they manage their emotions? What strategies do they use? Are they able to effectively use different emotion regulation techniques to kind of gain control of these intense positive emotions? Or are they using strategies that are ineffective or not well suited to the situation, resulting in emotion regulation difficulties? So we've used these different multi-method approaches across a variety of different experimental contexts, using emotion eliciting films, what we call static images, so pictures of different emotional scenes or pictures of emotional faces, asking people to recall emotional memories in their life, autobiographical memory recall, to more socially kind of embedded contexts where they're interacting with a romantic partner. I'll show you some data today from an empathic accuracy paradigm where we wonder, are they able to effectively gauge or understand others' emotions, to kind of other kinds of social contexts to really get a sense of what's happening across which contexts. This has led us to kind of form a general model, and this is a model of bipolar disorder, but I'll talk about how I find this really interesting because it teaches us lessons about positive emotion more generally, outside of bipolar disorder, that we've called positive emotion persistence. And just my kind of cartoonish drawing here, if you have someone who is in a bipolar risk or diagnosed group in yellow and a non-psychiatric control group in blue, effectively what we found across time in these studies is in response to what we call positive emotional stimuli, we see our control group have a kind of a normative, kind of appropriate positive emotional response. We see our bipolar group show a similar response, but of a greater magnitude. So they are showing greater reactivity to positive emotional stimuli, or what some people might call they're more reward sensitive. However, that's not the full story. We're also seeing this pattern persist across contexts. We're seeing heightened positive emotion even in negative contexts and neutral contexts. And when we kind of delve into which specific emotions are at play, it's not that they're reporting heightened gratitude or compassion. There's just no difference in those emotions, but it really seems to be these high arousal positive feelings. So excitement, joy, etc. And when we try to then look at how people manage these emotions, with what strategies they use, they have difficulty downregulating or decreasing these intense emotions. And they even engage in strategies like rumination that amplify these emotions, despite the intact ability to otherwise regulate when cued. They have trouble kind of spontaneously doing it on their own. So this has kind of led my team to think about the kind of foundation more generally of trying to capture these kind of broad themes and positive emotion difficulties. What we see in bipolar disorder is kind of a highlighting these different ways positive emotion can go awry with these kind of initial four themes: the size, the situation, the specificity, and strategies. And what this means is kind of what are the bigger insights we can take away from bipolar disorder, right? We can take away the insight that positive emotion intensity may be most optimal in moderation, kind of Aristotle's principle of moderation, and not maximization. Not trying to, with unbridled kind of enthusiasm, pursue more and more positivity that in fact can backfire when we do that. The idea about situation is that context sensitivity of positive emotion is key. We don't want to experience positive emotions all the time or in every context. And as a discrete emotions researcher, it really reinforces the importance of specificity. Not all positive emotions are alike. If you just ask people how positive they feel, you may be missing subtlety. But it's really important to consider which specific positive emotions may be driving your findings. You can parse these apart by whether they're high or low arousal positive emotions, whether they're pro-social or more self-oriented, and what their function is. And finally, that strategies matter. We see in bipolar disorder trouble spontaneously regulating, despite the ability to do so when cued in the lab to follow a given strategy. Again, suggesting we need to think really carefully about emotion regulation and what can people do on their own versus like what do they have the ability to do. So there sometimes can be gaps between what we have the ability to versus what we achieve in everyday kind of discourse and kind of real world lived emotion experiences. So I point this out as kind of a foundation to suggest positive emotions matter. There's these themes that some clinical populations can help illuminate, and that can also teach us broader lessons about how do we need to approach positive emotions when we think about kind of general individual and social well-being. As we kind of think about the next step here, kind of key research priorities that have expanded my team's work kind of conceptually and methodologically, I want to turn to a kind of call to action paper that was first authored by my graduate student, Cindy Villanueva, that really kind of highlighted that there needs to be change on the horizon. We need to kind of really think about ways to expand this work. She called out several key blind spots, but I'll point out 3 here. One, and these will kind of take us through this kind of second part of our roadmap. She highlighted the importance of capturing real world, ecologically valid settings. So getting us outside of the lab as much as we're in the lab, we need to balance that with kind of more kind of ecologically valid in the world, so to speak, in the wild settings. We need to do a better job of increasing diversity of perspectives, both who we are researching and who is conducting the research, and embrace these developmental lifespan approaches, kind of looking at emotional difficulties across time. Our work, as I'll point out, has looked at emerging or young adults right now who are at peak risk for mental health difficulties, both before and during and since the initial onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'll use these 3 kind of key priorities to guide where we go next. So I mentioned the importance of kind of capturing real world settings. So we've been thinking about this kind of idea of integrating by expanding kind of, experimental psychological lab routes to incorporate some experience sampling tools to kind of get these real world ecologically valid contexts. And so I'll show you a few kind of ESM or EMA approaches that we've been using to try to really complement what's happening, in the world day to day outside of the lab. So using some of these experience sampling methods, we've been able to address a couple of these other kind of themes in positive emotion challenges or disturbance. The first one, and I'm trying here to do the alliteration thing, so trying to stick with the S's here. What I'm referring to next is what we've called SPICE, and by SPICE we're thinking of emotional diversity. So we've started to look at this idea of emotional diversity outside of the lab. So the idea that as much as we can have biodiversity on the planet, and it's critical for the health of a physical ecosystem, might this metaphor, can we extend it to think about the richness of an internal psychological ecosystem, and that having a wide variety of emotions in our repertoire that we can experience to kind of respond to varying circumstances we're in day to day, be adaptive. So to do this, we looked into the literature and adapted what was called the Shannon Biodiversity Index. And we adapted this to self-reported positive and negative emotions in people's everyday lives. And this was what we called emodiversity. And it includes the richness or the number of specific emotions you experience in a given day, and what's also called the evenness, or the extent to which these emotions are experienced in the same proportion. We have the syntax freely available. Jordy, the first author on this work, put it on a website, emodiversity.com. You can download it and apply it to your own data sets if this is of interest. Because what we found when we first looked at this was really quite compelling. So using just a multiple regression model in these 2 large cross-sectional European adult samples, we found that emotional diversity in study 1 on the left, that's got about 35,000 adults, predicted decreased depression symptoms, and decreased kind of negative physical health outcomes, like the number of visits to a family doctor or the number of hospital-related healthcare costs or days spent in the hospital. This work has been since expanded on emotional diversity, and it's been linked to fewer markers of kind of inflammatory markers. We've seen it linked to decreased symptoms of anxiety. In our work, we've looked at positive emotional diversity and seen it's related to decreased bipolar risk. What's really interesting is these results are robust when you control for gender, age, the 5 main dimensions of personality. We've also tested for these potential curvilinear relationships, like is this kind of an upside down U? But at this point, the data suggests it's really more of a conservative linear relationship. So I want to just highlight the importance of emotional diversity, but welcome those who disagree. We can talk in the Q&A. I always like to show this angry cat. If there's someone out there who feels like this cat, he says, I'm angry. The dog says, it's okay to be angry. It's good to feel a range of emotions. The cat says, no range, just anger. I'm going to point out something complementary, but is different than diversity that some of you may have heard about, which is more about differentiation. Whereas diversity is asking, what are the actual emotions you experience in your day-to-day life? Differentiation is asking more about like your ability to describe your emotions verbally with more or less nuance or have more or less fine-grained distinctions. Do you say, I just feel bad? Or do you say, I feel like a tinge of despair, a little bit of, embarrassment and a touch of, kind of disgust? Like, how nuanced are you labeling your emotion experiences? So, for example, you may have a person who says they are, angry, irritated, and anxious in response to an unpleasant situation. And we would say they have higher emotion differentiation than person B, who simply describes their feelings as bad or unpleasant, right? So some people, like person A, describe them with more differentiation or specificity. Others are less differentiated and have kind of just these more general terms. We've taken a similar experience sampling approach across 2 samples of young adults. These are emerging adults. What we talk about is 18 to 25. One sample completed an experience sampling study for 14 consecutive days in spring 2019. So this was pre-COVID. And in a second sample, separate cohort in the middle of the COVID-19 outbreak in spring 2020, we ran the same study. So we wanted to have 2 different contexts, study 2 being of kind of greater heightened socio-emotional stress. And again, they completed this study where for 14 consecutive days, 4 times a day at these quasi-random intervals between 9 in the morning and 9 in the evening, they rated 12 distinct emotions for a total of up to 60 experience sampling events using a smartphone-based app called Expo. Interestingly, what we found when we computed emotion differentiation, which is just the intra-class correlation between emotions across this period, we found that our mania risk scores did predict, which was really interesting, less kind of what we call global emotion differentiation. So they were just kind of scored lower overall in how they kind of described emotions generally. It wasn't specific to positive or negative emotional words. But what was really interesting is we found this during study 2, during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. But sorry, let me just, whoops, sorry. We didn't find this kind of in study 1. So it may be the case that some of these challenges to emotion differentiation may be more closely linked with clinical outcomes during periods or times of heightened stress. So context matters when we try to look at links between emotional processes and clinical outcomes. I'll move now to kind of considering these more socially embedded processes, kind of the sociality. This is work I'm excited to talk about. One of my graduate students, Stevie, worked on this. So I'll share a quote that I really loved that she had shared with our team by the Dalai Lama, who had said, "We humans are social beings. We come into the world as the result of others' actions. We survive here in dependence on others. For this reason, it is hardly surprising that most of our happiness arises in the context of our relationships with others. I'll show you a couple ways we've tried to look at positive emotions in social contexts. One start is through an empathic accuracy paradigm where we look at the ability of people to accurately understand or gauge or estimate the emotions of others. This is work done by my former grad student, Hilary Devlin, along with Desmond Ong and Jamil Zaki, where we had young college-aged adults, 121 of them, complete measures of bipolar risk. And then we had them participate in a validated empathic accuracy task. So during this task, participants watched a video of a real target or a real person sharing an actual life event. One of the kind of highly negative videos was a woman who was sharing a life event of her mother dying. So she's sharing this really tragic moment in life. While they're watching this participant share this event, they're rating what they felt. So how much of a variety of positive or negative emotions were you feeling when this person shared this story? We also asked them to guess or report their emotion perception. So what do you think this target was feeling while they were sharing this story? We compared these against the actual target's emotion experience and found first that HPS, which is a measure of mania risk, it's the hypomanic personality scale, predicted greater positive affect or emotion experience. So they felt more positive watching this highly negative life story, the higher they scored on this mania risk measure. What I found even more striking, however, was that they also had what we called a positive empathic accuracy bias. In other words, mania risk was associated with overestimating how positive the target felt. These results didn't emerge for either negative emotion experience or negative kind of negative emotion perception. In other words, our mania risk predicted feeling more positive emotion and also kind of a bias towards overestimating positive emotion in other people, specifically in these kind of incongruent contexts, such as when observing or facing other individuals in distress. But I want to point out this isn't all sort of a rosy-colored glasses story. In fact, I want to show you this slide, which is these were second-by-second ratings on a kind of rating dial. The top is the target, what they reported feeling while they were telling this story. And I want to show you a sample participant, ID number 39 below in red. What we find, and this is an interesting nuance to the story, is that our bipolar risk is associated with greater ability to detect these emotional upshifts. So if you see these gray rectangles, what they're kind of highlighting is times on the top row with the blue line where the target reported slight upticks in their positive emotional ratings. If you look below on the sample participant in red, they're picking up these emotional upshifts quite well. Like they're very sensitive to kind of detecting and noticing these positive emotional upshifts. But then what happens is it kind of skews it kind of out of range, right? It kind of increases it to a magnitude that's higher than what the actual participant felt. So on the one hand, we see bipolar risk associated with a kind of really lovely sensitivity to emotional upshifts, yet they're kind of overestimating and kind of over gauging what that positivity is. I'll transition to then talking about social networks and positive mood risk. This is work by my graduate student, Stevie, who has done this work to really kind of bring out this complex story of two social sides. This is kind of a broader theme of thinking about possible ways of positivity or adaptive social functioning alongside what we know to be challenges in social functioning among people with bipolar disorder. She did this work in a large sample, over 1,900 emerging adults. This is a multi-site study where she looked at how this same measure of bipolar mood risk mapped onto these validated measures of social network quantity and also quality. These are drawn from social network measures by Talia Wheatley's team, as well as Sylvia Morelli and others. And what she found, if you asked people kind of how many friends they have and kind of how connected they feel, is on the one hand, quite interestingly, we see bipolar risk associated with a larger social network size, so reporting a greater number of peer friendships, and also self-reporting greater perceived social support from their friends. But on the other hand, we're also seeing bipolar risk associated with like less or greater social strain. This is reverse scored, so that's why the beta is that way. It's negative. So it suggests that, like, when we think about positive emotion and kind of mental health, it's not a one size or one story fits everyone, but we need to consider nuance and consider that there's both ways in which mental health challenges may both hinder our functioning, but may also amplify or help our everyday functioning. And this is a more balanced model of psychological disorders and health. So the takeaway from these themes is thinking about spice, that you need a variety of emotions in your everyday menu to be adaptively tuned to your world and environment, not just positive. And that context matters for how well we're able to differentiate or describe our emotions. More stressful contexts, it may be harder. And when we think about sociality, we need to think about stable positive emotions. So sociality, really what we're thinking about is the way in which positive emotions may not always help us better understand others, and sometimes they may draw us away when others are feeling negative. Finally, I want to kind of turn to this inclusivity. So this is thinking about a really call to action across the sciences and within clinical science, really thinking about how much do our kind of assumptions that are primarily done in these kind of weird samples, westernized, educated, white, etc., like how much do they really tell us about the range of human condition? And also how much do diverse cultural contexts shape the influence of positive mood on mental health? This is some of the work I'm kind of most excited about and kind of gets at some of the questions where we start looking at striving or the values people place on pursuing different positive emotions. So if we think of striving, and we know this is the way we value emotions is highly influenced by cultural context, it's a great place to start. So with our last theme, I'll share some work looking at cultural influences on positive emotion and mood risk or mood health. Our initial work here was with Jeannie Tsai at Stanford, where we began to look at kind of cross-cultural variation and different positive emotional goals people want to feel. So her work has really robustly shown that, when you look at westernized cultures, there's a greater valuing or priority on these high arousal positive feelings like enthusiasm, feeling elated, feeling excited, where her work has shown that you find that kind of Eastern or traditionally more collectivistic contexts tend to generally prioritize what we call more low arousal positive emotions, feeling relaxed, feeling calm, feeling peaceful. So in an initial study, we looked at how people valued these emotions. So using the affect valuation index, we had people rate how often they actually have certain emotions and then ideally want to feel emotions. So when we look at just how much emotions you actually have across 3 groups of European Americans, Chinese Americans, and Chinese adults, we generally replicated some earlier findings, effectively finding that, here we go, not surprisingly, when it came to actual affect, right, we found that bipolar risk was associated with greater high arousal positive affect across all 3 groups. Okay, so we didn't see much cross-cultural variability and no associations with low arousal positive. However, what we did find, and this is where we might expect to see greater cultural influence, are on the emotions people ideally want to experience. And here is where we began to find some really kind of compelling sources of cross-cultural variation. Specifically, if you look at this, what we found that bipolar risk was uniquely associated with lower positive emotion, lower arousal positive emotions, but only for the Chinese group. So it's interesting in that we see very kind of specific findings, and we're really probing these further because they suggest there may be some possible regulatory mechanism where culturally valued emotions, these low arousal positive emotions in more kind of Eastern contexts, may help buffer against mood risk in Eastern cultures specifically. And the story continues. I also just want to point out some work in progress that we're working on and collecting data for. First is some work by my graduate student, Cindy, who's been really interested in looking at positive emotional goals in Latinx or Latina emerging adults within the US. This is the kind of a 62.1 million Hispanic or Latino identifying individuals in 2020. It's the fastest growing and second largest ethnic group in the country, making up close to 20% of the US population and slightly over half of the United States population growth between 2010 and 2020. Yet there are grave mental health disparities and disparities in research among Latinx or Latina adults. Cindy's work has been really interesting, looking at kind of capturing these kind of unique cultural values that may influence and shape positive emotional goals, convivial collectivism, and others. With her interest looking at the ways in which Latinx or Latina individuals may shape the preference towards high arousal positive emotions, but a unique kind of feature of really emphasizing outward positive emotional expression and more socially oriented positive emotions. So happy to talk more. This is work underway that we're all very excited about. She has some initial findings that really found that happiness beliefs were uniquely associated with mood severity when comparing Latinx to Asian emerging adults. And her dissertation work, now in progress, is really kind of probing more carefully to look at positive emotion and mood health among Mexican American adults. I want to just kind of conclude, of course, with Paolo's team to say I'm so excited of this work we're all working on together, looking at positive emotion and mood symptoms among Brazilian adults, both kind of thinking about this in the context of young adults at the university, thinking of kind of our mental health crisis on college campuses, and also going back, Paolo, you may remember these photos, really thinking about the Quilombolas communities. And really thinking about how we can understand the role of positive emotion, social functioning, and mood health more globally. I'll conclude with a takeaway, which just is to think about the way positive emotional goals are critical and shape our experience, and that cultural context has been robustly documented to matter and really heavily influence these goals we have emotionally. And so if we're going to understand emotions, we need to think about our goals and the way that different cultural contexts may shape them. Finally, just briefly, I'll move to our final priority, which is thinking about the broader impact of our work by really leveraging some of these tools to think about real world public health issues. So I mentioned the mental health crisis facing young adults, doing some work now with Paolo's team. And before that, doing some general work as well within the US to really think about this mental health crisis preceding and amplified during 2020's pandemic. We've done some call to actions in my field with other clinical health scientists, thinking about kind of COVID-19 is really a call to action and focusing more recently on young adult mental health beyond the COVID era. And have we learned something that we can help use to better prioritize mental health treatment and access? I'll share briefly some data spearheaded by my lab that marks one step towards trying to do this, or look at the impact of social stressors on mental health. This was a project where we looked at affective health in emerging adults before and during the pandemic, a multi-site longitudinal natural experiment. These were our kind of cross-site collaborators with the students in my lab highlighted here in yellow, Nina, Stevie, Lou, and Cindy. We did this in a large sample of emerging adults. I'm going to show a subset here that we tracked over time. So this is a total sample of about 760 young adults. Here we got a baseline assessment, what we called fall 2019, or now pre-COVID. And we followed them up during the kind of acute period of the pandemic, kind of when the kind of initial outbreak had occurred and people who had enforced kind of stay-at-home orders. If we looked at mental health changes from pre to the kind of COVID onset, we were able to look at within-person changes in emotional health over time, using a multi-pronged approach to psychological health, measuring clinical symptoms and general well-being, and consider the role of contextual moderators. So how much were people impacted by the pandemic at that time, including were they diagnosed with COVID, hospitalized, quarantined, had someone close in their family who was COVID positive, or been in a high-risk area? We found really interestingly, when you look just at changes between time 1 and 2, so before COVID to the initial outbreak, we saw no changes in depression across everyone and no changes in life satisfaction across everyone. So it seemed, in general, across most people, there weren't significant changes. We saw some moderation by COVID context, so those who are higher risk did show some moderate increases in depression. But by and across, what we found was a kind of surprising pattern of no change across the sample as a whole. But what about the timing? What if we extend the short versus mental long haul to looking further out from the pandemic when we're then looking at chronic stress effects? So we extended this to fall 2020, so we're looking a year later. And that's when we started to see changes with some depression worsening over time and life satisfaction also decreasing over time. So again, this suggests that we need to think about global mental health, not just either cross-sectionally or with short longitudinal follow-ups, but really think about the long-haul impact and the toll of chronic stress. I'll conclude now with the path forward, just really highlighting where we need to go from here. First, we need to take into consideration a few caveats. First, we can't just think about positive emotion alone or in isolation. It's just one piece of a bigger puzzle. As mentioned, we need to think about negative feelings and the interacting role between our negative and positive feelings in a more diverse emotion menu. More replications needed. We need multi-site, international partnerships, translational work, and really, I still feel humbled. I still feel like we're still scratching the surface. There's other ways positive emotion can go awry, different contexts and populations of people to study, and contexts, especially diverse cultural contexts, to be further studied. I'll conclude with just thinking about stepping outside of this research and what can we do as a field to kind of disseminate or share insights from psychology. And this is a big thing that I've been passionate about that I want to conclude on, which is a path forward in any scientific field involves finding ways to share or disseminate the science. I've been involved in, on the left, some partnerships with APS and kind of finding ways to teach ourselves and emerging scholars ways to communicate psychological science, how we can all get better at what you're all doing today, like putting stuff up on YouTube, getting stuff out into the public, really thinking about ways that we can write for the public. And also as teachers, I've been involved in textbooks that with Dave Myers and Nathan DeWall to try to also disseminate psychological science through the classroom as well. And last but not least, we need to make not only the science we do, but the place we do science. We need to make things better. We need to improve the landscape for all of us and ourselves and future scholars by creating better mentoring resources. So I've been part of a column called Letters to Young Scientists that tries to get insights out and guidance to emerging scholars, to making the world a better place for those who identify as female, addressing issues of historic gender disparities that are also present in psychology. It's not a field immune to these biases and disparities. And also talk about the climate of our field, and also a topic that we've been writing about called scholarly harassment, and to recognize places that we thrive in and also places that we need to do work on to improve. So I'll end with a quote. Of course, William James always comes back. When we think about how to make this world and use psychology to make a healthier, happier, and more sustainable world, I always think about William James, who said, act as if what you do makes a difference, because it does. So thank you for having me. Thank you to my team. I had to feature some of our mountains in Boulder, of course. And thank you, Paolo and Anna and everyone else for having me here. And I look forward to questions. So thank you so much again.
Thank you very much, Jenny. We are always learning from you. It's so great, so great. Your talks are always telling us new things and new directions, and it's amazing. It's amazing. And as people probably recognize, you are doing great science, but also doing great dissemination, scientific communication, and creating space so people can. Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing. I'm very proud of being a friend. So thank you very much, Jenny. So let's move to some questions. I think so. We have people at the internet following us at YouTube. I'm not sure if you have some questions from there. People, I think, have. And also we have people at the lab following your talk, so probably there are some few questions. So let's go. I think Fernanda.
Hi, June. It's really nice to see you again. Wish you were here with us. We've become accustomed to having you here at the lab, so it's like someone's missing. But thank you so much for your talk. And I was just wondering about Cindy's project. Do you think that different cultures have different levels of emo diversity? Like, I know some cultures have more focused emotions, like on higher levels of like higher positive emotions or lower positive emotions. But do you think overall some people have like a bigger range of emotions?
I love that question. It's a wonderful question. You know, I haven't seen good studies on this, so I think the data is still out, but I can't help but wonder whether, you know, cultures that have like more emphatic kind of cultural values around certain emotions, where there's a lot of prioritization towards experiencing a certain subset of emotions, might have lower emotional diversity than those that have kind of less kind of robust scripts for what are the emotions that ought to be valued. And I guess in that sense, what would be kind of interesting to see is to ask individuals the extent to which they sort of align with these cultural values and emotional norms, and whether those who align less to kind of scripted emotions that, you know, for what ought to be felt, might have greater like emotional diversity or a broader range. Importantly, I always say in this research, you need to control for just general emotion intensity, so it's not skewed by people that are feeling more or less positive emotions in their everyday lives, so that you can really just look at the diverse menu of emotions regardless of how intense they're feeling them. So I really love that question, and I think it'd be really fun to work on together because I've looked and I can't find anything that's done this yet. And so it'd be really fun to think about looking at kind of cultural variation and make some hypotheses around both cultures that themselves are kind of, at least the literature suggests, have greater scripts for what one ought to feel, but then asking people individually, you know, how much they do feel a sense of pressure or expectation to experience a certain range of emotions. I think that's a really cool question. We should work on it together.
Yeah.
Def-
This is the problem. Like every time we talk to you, we come up with a new question, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to keep working together. So unfortunately, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, June. I have another question. Do you think that
Hey, just one moment, because I have a question and is related to your cultural language,
right.
cultural and emo diverse question. So I was wondering, June, because I'm reading a lot from the last months. I'm reading a lot some studies from the anthropological researchers and lots of things about language and emotion. And I was wondering about how is diversity in cultures with language that have kind of limited emotional vocabulary. So they don't have some words. So for example, they have only one word that depending on the context might represent compassion or love or pity. So I was wondering about this. How is the granularity if you don't have the words?
I think that's a really fair point, right? And you wouldn't want to unnecessarily like penalize a cultural context where the language just has more or less emotional terms for a given state. I mean, I think in part that's a challenge of this index. I mean, part of the way I would think about it is to look at like standardizing scores within a given context. So you're looking at like the degree of emotion, you know, diversity within that context. But I think it's interesting because one, you can think of context in terms of, right, how much does that given language have a wide repertoire of emotion words? I also think about this too in terms of context, like that people grow up in, even within the same language, how much access or exposure have they had to these different words, right? And
Good point, yeah.
we've been wanting to look at, I don't think education level is the right way to look at it, but like,
Yeah.
did you get a sense of like the emotional vocabulary they're exposed to, whether in school or at home growing up as well, right? Like
Got it.
what's the baseline they're working from? So I think like being able to somehow capture like the diversity within the context they're in. So it's like a relative measure of diversity would be, I don't know what you think, but to me, I would think that would be more an appropriate index, because otherwise you may be making these inaccurate inferences that are maybe shaped more by language specific, right?
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah. Great. Thank you. So Fernanda, go back to you.
Another paper.
Wait, I wrote it down so I don't forget. Okay. From your talk, I get that increasing immunodiversity can work as sort of a protector for mental health. Like it can help people better when you're talking about mental diseases. But how can we put it in practice? Like how can we increase immunodiversity in our everyday lives and in lives from people around us?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this, and although not a study, I like went into one of my son's classrooms and was like, how can we teach kids to have a range of diverse emotions? I mean, I think part of it my thinking is part of like fostering diversity might be for stepping back and doing some like kind of socio-emotional kind of skills training or curriculum building, where we're first kind of teaching people about what are the different ranges of emotions, even presenting like, that little picture of like the emotion wheel. I know that's like, there's a whole merchandise around people buying pillows with this and posters, but first, like just giving people like a wide vocabulary of terms to even like have at their disposal. And then second, I think it's exposure to words, but I think the other piece, quite frankly, is like teaching people that it's appropriate to have a range of emotions and that they all have a function, right? It's kind of, in the US, there's this, priority towards like these higher arousal positive emotions. And so people may be preferentially reporting or seeking them out. And I think we need to counter that by saying all these emotions have a function. All of them are important, like kind of teaching people the importance of even why we have all these emotions and why we ought to feel free to experience them too. So it's both vocabulary, but also like our curriculum around teaching people that all emotions are really there and functional. So I don't know. It's a thought.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, June.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for having me.
Thank you.
Our pleasure. Always is our pleasure, June. Thank you very much. Do we have another question? I think we are almost.
We are at the time. We have to.
Yeah. Okay.
For being
So-
sake, we should skip it.
Okay. So thank you very much, Jenny. It was great to have you here with us in this session. And now we are moving to the presentation of Beatriz, her master qualification. So it's just, let me see, just few seconds. Bia is here. I don't know if she's going, I think she's going to present from my office. And Gabrielle is already here at the room. Gabrielle?
Hello.
Hello,
Paulo Baggio.
can we see you, man?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi,
Look at
June.
you.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
fine
look, yeah, looks good.
Good.
Okay, so
Hi, Bia.
Hi.
let me just organize things here so you can start her presentation. Okay, I will share her screen and then we start. So just let me know if you can see. Yep. Okay. Do you want to tirar a mão? Não. Pior.
Deixa maior. Sim, dá também. Acho que
Bem, orador. Pronto. Okay. So let's start. So we're going to have now the presentation of the research project the master degree of Beatriz Bezerra de Souza. The title is Neuromodulation of Gratitude using Transcranial Direct Current Simulation on the Medial Prefrontal Cortex. I would like to start thanking Professor Jean Gruber and Professor Gabriel Gaudense do Rego for accepting our invitation to being here with us in this committee board. And thank you very much. And so how is the session? So Bia will start presenting her project, I think around 20 minutes. And then after we are opening for the questions. So in Brazil, we have it's a kind of, I don't know if it's a tradition or if it's a rule, I don't know. But it's so in Brazil, we always start with the members outside Mackenzie. So we start with Jenny questions, and then we move to Gabriel's questions. And you are up to decide if you go asking and Bia answering, or if you are going to put all the questions and then Bia can address everything just directly. It's up to you the way that you want to interact with Bia. So okay, so let's start. So Bia will present and then we come back here.
Okay. Let me just get a little bit closer.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Professor June and Professor Gabriel. It's truly an honor to be here and having you guys read my work and watch my presentation. So I'll begin now. As Paula was saying, my project is entitled Neuromodulation of Gratitude using transcranial direct current stimulation on the medial prefrontal cortex. Okay, so to start all my presentations and a lot of presentations with my work, I start with simple definitions and then we work our way through it. And I really like this definition that I got from the American Psychological Association to begin with. So the American Psychological Association defines gratitude as this sense of thankfulness and happiness in response to receiving a gift, either a tangible benefit, for example, a present or a favor, that is given by someone, or a fortunate happenstance, for example, a beautiful day. So we have gratitude in response to a social interaction, but also inanimate objects and stuff like that. And even though this definition of gratitude is concise and direct and it's overall right, it doesn't do justice to all the complexity that gratitude really is. So a lot of emotional theorists have become keen to understand better what gratitude is about and what more complex things we can get from it. So I really like this definition, and a lot of definitions that have been constructed over the years come from Michael McCullough and Robert Emmons. Those are the two main names when we talk about gratitude, and they define gratitude as this two-step cognitive process. So it's recognizing a positive outcome and attributing it to an external source, often others, and they put often others here just because you can be grateful to inanimate objects, a deity, or God, for example. But to this project, we're going to be talking about gratitude in relation to the response to other people. So often others who acted intentionally, often at a cost or effort. So with this definition, we can see very clearly where the positive aspect of this emotion is. So it's the recognition of a positive outcome. We also recognize that it comes from another person, that it's not me, so an external source. And it also has a moral side to it because it comes at a cost and an effort from someone else. So we can basically define gratitude as a positive, a social, and also a moral emotion. So gratitude is positive because we already know that, and we have a lot of evidence for it, that it has positive impact on psychological and physical well-being. And this type of gratitude, we're talking about trait gratitude, so this position of gratitude and your tendency overall to feel this emotion throughout your life.
But we also are talking about the experience of gratitude. So after going through an experience in which we feel grateful for someone, or after remembering an episode. So we have a lot of studies demonstrating that writing, listing, having diary entries, letters, and among others can enhance your psychological and physical well-being. Gratitude also broadens the momentary thought action repertoire that you have, and then this falls into the Barbara Fredrickson framework of positive emotions. So basically, gratitude helps you build a repertoire and sends you into a positive spiral. So for example, if you are being mentored while you're really young, there's a higher probability that you build repertoire and resources, and then later in life, in your midlife, you can contribute, and you have this wish to contribute to the welfare of others in your midlife. Gratitude is also linked to positive affect. This study by Cunha, they did a review of gratitude interventions. So after participants went to a gratitude interventions in 3 separate points, they had to list moments in their week in which they felt grateful. They found that the gratitude participants in the gratitude group had lower levels of negative affect and lower levels of depressive symptoms, as well as higher levels of positive affect and subjective happiness, as well as satisfaction with life. Gratitude is also a social emotion because it promotes prosocial behavior, and it's a really interesting emotion because it differentiates from other positive emotions in the sense that it's others focused. So it's different from joy or happiness, for example, that I can feel through a thing that I did myself. So it's directed to someone else. And it's very different also from indebtedness, in the sense that indebtedness, feeling in debt with someone can make you feel a lot of negative emotions as well. But gratitude, in contrast, makes you feel a lot of positive emotions. So even though we use some phrases interchangeably, they mean very different things. So I owe you one, it's completely different from I'm grateful for you. They imply different things in different aspects. And they promote prosocial behavior because I feel compelled not to act prosocially just to reciprocate my benefactor, but I also feel more entitled, and I feel more prone to give it back to another person that it's outside of that dyad. So a third party. Gratitude has also the power to foster better relationships. And when you feel grateful, it makes you feel more integrated. And it also relates to relationship connection and satisfaction. And this goes for friendships and romantic relationships as well. And finally, gratitude is also a moral emotion because it arises from the prosocial actions of others and inspires the recipients to act morally in return. And Maculo and Robert Emmons are going to define gratitude as serving 3 moral functions, basically. So the first one is of a moral barometer, and a barometer is basically an equipment that measures the atmospheric pressure. So it makes a reading of the environment and then gives you a prediction of the weather. So gratitude would be like a barometer in the sense that it reads the environment and it's sensible to a certain type of exchange that has been made. So a positive outcome coming from someone else. It's also a moral reinforcer because when I express my gratitude to my benefactor and he appreciates it, it makes him more likely to act pro-socially again. And it's also a moral motivator just because of what I was saying earlier. So I motivate not only the benefactor to act more pro-socially, but I myself, after feeling grateful, I am more prone to act pro-socially afterwards. So given that gratitude has all those aspects, has moral aspects and social aspects, we would think that the neurobiology that follows the
the expressions of gratitude and the feelings of gratitude could be centered around the prefrontal area of the brain, just because we have a lot of processes regarding reward systems, social cognition, moral decision making. And with this in mind, I think the most influential study we have on neurocorrelates of gratitude was this one published in 2015 by Glenn Fox. And this study was done in an MRI, and basically they wanted to recreate the experience of the Holocaust Museum. So participants were given a 4-part documentary just to historical contextualization, and then the researchers selected some testimonies, real testimonies of survivors that received some type of help that was essential for their survival. So they received hiding, shelter, or food. And they transformed all those testimonies into first person, and then asked participants how grateful would they feel for that help. And basically, the main finding of this paper is that gratitude ratings of the participants explained a variance in brain activity across multiple regions of the medial prefrontal cortex in both hemispheres. Following this study, in the next year, Keeney had this study where he operationalized gratitude in a pay-it-forward task. So he made participants go into an fMRI, and then gave them an endowment, and then participants had to select a foundation, a charity of their choice to give part of that endowment, but the amount of money they had to select from that endowment to pay it forward had to be equivalent to how grateful they felt. And they also found activity in some areas of the medial prefrontal cortex, even after a long time. So participants before this, they went through a gratitude intervention, and then they were scanned with this task 3 months later. And they found that the gratitude group had more activity in this area specifically. We also have some studies demonstrating the relationship of trait gratitude, so it's not the experience or expression of gratitude, that is associated with structural changes in the medial prefrontal cortex, especially regarding life satisfaction. So trait gratitude kind of mediates this relationship with life satisfaction. And the main finding of the study is that people with higher trait gratitudes usually had, in this study specifically, less regional volume of white and gray matter. So we have some studies regarding gratitude and its neurocorrelates, and a lot of them point to the medial prefrontal cortex specifically. But we know that also the medial prefrontal cortex is responsible for emotional processing and regulating emotions, both positive and negative, in a more global way. So it's not responsible specifically for gratitude, but for all emotions in that matter. And we also know that it's commonly activated during tasks that elicit various emotions, including negative ones, as I was saying, like guilt and shame. So I'm just drink a little bit of water. So all these neuroimaging studies, they are really great. So we can understand better the neurobiology of this emotion, but they give us just some part of this big picture. Basically, they give us correlational data. And today, studying social cognition, we have some few technologies in which we can use so we can imply causality to our studies. And one of them is the transcranial direct current stimulation, which is a basic equipment which we can use to imply causality. So a TDCS setup, it's a very simple device. It consists of a pair of electrodes, a set of 9-volt batteries in series, an emitter and a potentiometer. And the mechanism of action, it's basically altering the normal resting state potential of the membrane, which will facilitate the processes that were already going to happen in a specific area. And this modulatory effect implies causality because I can link the
the brain activity that I modulated with the behavior and cognitive effects that I watch on my task after. It is an advantageous technology because it has relatively low cost, it has very few side effects, and it has a general high tolerance between the participants. But one of the only downsides that this technology has is that it has very low focality. So you can target a very specific and small part of your brain. You're generally gonna lose a lot of current through the skin, and you're gonna generally stimulate a bigger area than planned. One way in which we can kind of go around this problem is using simulations. Basically to check the placing of the electrode. So today we have an open software package called SimNIPS4, in which you can simulate non-invasive brain stimulation techniques such as the TDCS and the TMS. And we can use this to better position the electrodes and get a more precise neuromodulation. We only have so far one study that tried to investigate gratitude and used this TDCS before, and it's more of a experimental labor market. And they operationalize gratitude in this as effort put into work after payment. So basically participants were put in a situation where they were considered as employee and they received the salary, and then after receiving the salary they had to decide how much effort they were going to put into work afterwards. So it's an interesting and different way to measure gratitude. But one of the downsides of this study specifically is that it stimulates a bigger area than the medial prefrontal cortex, even though they claim they stimulated this area specifically. So I simulated what area they were gonna say they're gonna stimulate, and I got basically this, which is kind of like a more broad area, more like the frontal lobe and not the medial segment specifically. So this is one of the downsides of this paper. So basically, my main goal with this study is to investigate the medial prefrontal cortex in the intensity, the role of the medial prefrontal cortex in the intensity of gratitude perception compared to other emotions using an emotional vignette evaluation task under neuromodulation. With this, I want to clarify whether the medial prefrontal cortex compared modulation alters the perception of the vignettes, and if there is any effect, if it's specific to gratitude or not, if it's more general to other emotions. For my more specific objectives, I want to compare two moments. So my study design is within subject design. Participants will come twice at the lab, and once they will receive a nodal stimulation and then a placebo stimulation. While they're responsive and they evaluate different types of vignettes. I want to also assess the trait gratitude, the personal empathy, and the positive and negative effect of the participants. And I want to correlate the gratitude trait with the emotional reactivity index, the positive and negative effect scale, and the evaluation of each emotion. I also want to investigate gratitude and emotional reactivity as a mediating or moderating variable in models comparing the two moments. For my hypothesis, I basically believe that the neuromodulation will affect the perception of all emotions in general, which will suggest a global effect of the medial prefrontal cortex, independent of the type of emotion or its valence. So if it's positive or negative, participants in the receiving the neuromodulation will have enhanced perception of all emotions and not only gratitude. We also have some secondary effects that we predict will happen, which are that participants who score higher on trait gratitude will generally feel more positive effect, and that also trait gratitude and personal empathy will moderate the effects of the modulation of the evaluation of the vignettes. For my methods, basically, we got into the number of 79 participants, and this was arrived with a sample calculation. And we will have participants between 18 and
40 years old of all genders, following some exclusionary criteria. For the equipment, I'm going to use the transcranial direct current stimulation and the Polaris neuronavigation system to position better the electrodes on the head of the participant. And basically, for my instruments, I'm going to have the verbal emotional vignettes, which are a set of vignettes that were developed and validated here at the lab, and is a set of a lot of basic emotions. So we have anger, fear, a set of positive and negative emotions so participants can evaluate. I'm going to select 2 positive and 2 negative emotions, including gratitude. They will evaluate those emotions using the self-assessment, those vignettes using the self-assessment mannequin. And we're also going to use the gratitude questionnaire and the interpersonal reactivity index, as well as the positive and negative effect before and after the task. Basically, this is what a trial looks like of my experiment. So participants will have a set time to respond to this task. So firstly, they will see the vignette for 25 seconds, followed by a fixation point. And then they're going to have an accuracy question, which they will happen to answer in 8 seconds. Then they will respond to the same questions in around 8 seconds as well, followed by another fixation point, and then they're going to see another vignette. And in total, in the first and the second encounter, they're going to look at 8 vignettes per encounter. This is what the experimental session procedure looks like. So as I was saying, this is a within subjects design. So in the first day, participants will come to the lab. They're going to have a brief explanation of the task. We're going to do the neuronavigations. So we can place the electrodes on the participant's head. They will respond to the demographics, the trait gratitude, and the personal empathy measure. Then they will go through a training round, because since the participants are going to have a set time to respond to the stimuli, they're going to have to get used to it before. So we're going to use some neutral vignettes to do that. Then participants will respond to the PANIS, and then we're going to start this set of the neuromodulation, and then wait for the mark of 4 minutes before they start responding to the emotional vignettes and the SAM, which in total are going to give us 6 minutes of tasks. So this 4 minutes of wait in the beginning is just so all participants will have the same time of stimulation, which is 10 minutes. And then afterwards, they're going to respond to the PANAs again, and then respond to a side questionnaires effects. In the second encounter, they're going to do basically everything the same, but starting from the PANAS point. So basically, one of the points that brings originality to this project is the use of the simulation. And I simulated on the left the other paper that has investigated gratitude and using the transcranial direct current stimulation. And in the right, the montage that we're going to use for this study specifically. So what differentiates this study from this one is that we're not basically basing ourselves just in the 1020 EEG system to place the electrodes. We did use the help of the simulation, and with this, we got a more precise stimulation of the medial prefrontal cortex. I'm going to use very small sponges and electrodes because I'm placing one of the electrodes between the eyebrows in the nasion. So this is a kind of like a different montage, but that gave me a better visualization and stimulation according to this, the SIMNIB score. For the data analysis, finally, we're going to conduct this study in a double-blind manner. So the data collection is not going to be done by me. It's going to be done with the help of a research assistant and a lab technician. I'm currently training other 2 students to help me with that. And basically what they're going to do is the data collection and code the data in a way that I won't know in which time participants will receive, which type of neuromodulation the participants will receive in the first and second encounter. And I will just know this after analyzing part of the data. We're going to also have some reliability measurement for the trait gratitude and personal empathy. And the main analysis is going to be a repeated measures MANOVA, using the TDCS, the anodal or sham, as an independent variables with the personal empathy, trait gratitude, and positive and negative effect as covariates. And that's basically it. Those are my references, and thank you so much.
Okay, guys. So yeah, let me do something here. Let's stop sharing. Okay. So thank you very much, Bia, for your presentation. So now we move to the questions. So we start with Professor Juni. Juni, thank you very much for joining us in this board. Yeah. And so you feel free to conduct your questions with Bia the way you think it's most valuable. So thank you very much again.
Yeah, thank you so much. What a lovely presentation, and I enjoyed reading about it as well. I just want to say, like, you're an excellent presenter. You do a beautiful job explaining all the constructs, laying out the design in a really clear and crisp and really visually appealing manner. So just really nice job. I just wanted to start with that. I really enjoyed your presentation and hearing about this study. Most of my questions are just curiosity. Maybe a little clarification on things that I wanted to make sure I understood, but generally, I think this is an exciting project. I'm really excited to see it move forward, and really can't wait to hear more about it. So, I mean, kudos to you and all of your team. This is a really exciting project. So a couple of just questions. They're just kind of curiosities that came up. You mentioned and you made a really clear case for using this previously validated approach to operationalize gratitude as effort put into the work after payment. I was just curious, what your thinking is as to whether you think the findings and, that you anticipate might generalize to other ways that people might operationalize gratitude. Is there any use in, including these other forms? It sounds like this is the most appropriate way specific to using TDCS, but I was more just kind of curious if you think this is something that, the findings from this particular way of operationalizing it can be generalized or not. I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, so when I was reading this study specifically, I thought it was very weird that they operationalized gratitude in that way, because I don't think you have a measure of differentiating what is gratitude and what is indebtedness. So I believe it is a good way to approach gratitude, but you also have to be very careful in confounding factors that you have to account for in your study. In that study specifically, they didn't account for indebtedness, for example. They could have just added a question at the end, and they didn't. They just said that was gratitude and that was it. And I think that's a great way with economical studies, and you have to pay according to how grateful you feel. That is a fine way to do it, but I just think you have to be aware of the confounding factors, because gratitude is an emotion that implies mainly positive effect, but it can also have a negative effect included in it. You can feel a lot of guilt after remembering a gratitude event just because the situation was hard, not because you feel bad about it. You can mainly feel gratitude, but you can also have a mixture of other negative emotions that you might want to account for in that case.
Thank you. That's really helpful. The other question I had was related to your second, I think it was your second hypothesis that higher trait gratitude would predict more positive affect. And this is kind of coming from like the discrete emotions perspective, but Yeah, I know you have the PANIS. I almost wondered if either in addition to it or in place of it, I was thinking of the modified differential emotion scale. It's got like it's a little bit longer. Well, it's got 18 emotion triplets, but it has more of these kind of discrete kinds of positive emotions, including gratitude. I can send it your way.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'll send it your way. Yeah. Because the PANIS in a funny way, right? Like it biases towards like more effort and arousal and just a very specific kind of positive emotion. And I
Yeah.
wonder if it might be nice to sample all the positive emotions, and then it would leave you maybe if you wanted to be in a position for hypothesis two to say whether you think you could say, higher trait gratitude might predict greater overall positive emotion, like with your composite. But I wondered if you had any predictions about whether you think it might more strongly predict like state gratitude versus other emotions, or it's just gonna track, greater increases in all positive emotions. I just didn't know if you wanted to, or what your thoughts are about whether that might be helpful to frame them that way. If you just think it's a more global effect, or you think it might leave people more prone to like momentary gratitude compared to momentary interest or excitement or, contentment, other positive emotions.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I haven't thought of it that way before, just because we use the PANIS here at the lab extensively. But we do know that generally the PANIS, especially in the few years, has not been like the greatest for measuring positive and negative effect. We recently have validated the Perth Emotional Reactivity Index that we think it might be a better alternative. But generally, I'm not sure. I thought this would account for most of like the basics. I know the PANIS get a little bit of positive and negative emotions in that sense. I don't know if it has that many granularity when we talk about more discrete emotions. So in that sense, it could be a limitation of the study specifically.
Yeah, I'll send it your way to consider, but it was just a thought. The last question I had, this is just more of a naivete question. I was looking at the really nice slide you made with the experimental session procedures, like beautiful slide again. You made really clear like the pre-test, the test, the post-test, what's the first visit, second visit. I really loved that. This was just more a question because, this is a within subjects design. I just wasn't sure. Has anyone ever done a version of this where they include the sequence you have that has the neuromodulation and then had either within subjects, or I don't know if it would be between with a separate cohort, done the same version without the modulation?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know any studies that have done anything that look like what I put up together.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. I was just kind of curious, like if there's ever experimentally a question about like the findings with and without neuromodulation, like as the comparison, if that is a helpful comparison, or if that is just not necessary because some of those findings have been demonstrated in other, previous studies. It was just more a design question that I wasn't as approached.
No, yeah, that's a really good point because I looked through literature so I could construct my experiment design, and mainly the literature has a lot of evidence with gratitude interventions. So in my case specifically, I'm not testing any gratitude interventions. I'm just using a set of vignettes that elicit gratitude. But that was basically it.
Yeah. No, just a thought. Again, and if like I know you did such a good job designing your study based on like past literature and past precedents, especially using TDCS, but it was more kind of a question for the field, like, is that a piece that's necessary to sort of know, like, what are the baseline findings without neuromodulation? But that's more my naivete. Otherwise, again, I thought this was all great. I really loved it. I'm really excited about it, and I'm in full support. So I can stop now and let the rest of your committee ask questions, but this was really exciting. Really lovely presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much. And now we move to Professor Gabrielle. So Gabrielle, the same. You can make your questions one at a time, then Bia goes answering, or you can ask everything. So it's up to you.
Okay.
Thank you
Hi.
again. Yep.
Thank you, Paulo and Bia. Thank you for inviting me to this board, and it's really a pleasure to read your manuscript, Bia. I believe it's very well written, and I think you are doing great. And I believe I have not so many questions because I think it's very well explained, the experiment. But I have some suggestions, and I think it maybe it help you think about what could happen with your experiment, and it's maybe let me see. It's great, but I think you should work more to see how other experiment using neuromodulation in other emotion beyond gratitude, because I
Yeah.
believe you found only one experiment with TDCS and gratitude, no other experiments with TMS, none, just
No,
TDCS, right? It would be
just
good to have, for example, experiments in neuromodulation with other emotions despite gratitude, because you could help you think about more specifically about the hypothesis,
okay.
because you are expecting that neuromodulation works similarly into with gratitude and others, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And I believe it would be good because maybe you have different effects
yes.
regarding negative emotion. I don't know. I just am suggesting maybe, and it's good because I believe you are assessing four emotions:
Yeah, yeah. I'm
gratitude,
assessing
happiness,
two positive
sadness,
and two negative. Those being gratitude, happiness, sadness, and guilt.
and guilt. And I think it's good because you are assessing like individual and social emotion, because guilt is like a negative social, right?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
you have gratitude like a positive social. And are you expecting a difference in the effect of neuromodulation regarding social, individual, negative, positive, or you think that will be the same for?
I haven't had any hypothesis regarding the social aspect. I just think that the neuromodulation will modulate the intensity and the effect for all emotions in general. So I didn't have any hypothesis regarding the social aspect of the emotions that I chose.
Good. It would be good to see the literature I'm maybe to see if there possible some difference, and you create some kind of a model to explain this difference, just to access it deeper.
Yes.
Um, I think it's just to complement it, it's a good area to study because as you showed us that there are so how to say few studies with
Mhm.
gratitude. And I would like to see in the future you study more like the relationship between gratitude and moral, because it's not so clear what is the moral part of the gratitude. It's more clear to me that it's like a social, but not exactly moral. But it would be good to see how gratitude would change moral judgment, for example. It is
Yeah.
very good. And regarding your experiment also, are you going to use the same vignettes before and after?
In the first and the second encounter.
Yes.
No, all emotions that of that set of vignettes specifically have five different vignettes for gratitude, five different for happiness, five different from the other ones. And what I did was I took the one that had the least, the smaller size effect, and
Okay.
then I'm going to use two in the first encounter and the other two in the second, and they're going to be randomized. So the participant are going to
Okay.
two of those set of four, and then the rest in the second encounter. So I won't be repeating the vignettes.
Very good. I didn't see that in the manuscript, but it's a very good idea. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I think I could make that more clear.
Yes. I believe it's that. I believe it's very good written, and it's a good experiment. I'm also with June that I want to see what will happen. And congratulations, you are doing very well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gabriel. Thank you very much, June. So what we need to do now, we need to just move to another room. So June, Gabriel will decide the future of this lady here, and then we come back to this room. So I'll create a room so we can go and come back. I think. Já te chamo, já. So maybe the best way, I will send you an email with a Google meeting, because then we can just turn off the camera and turn off the audio of these ones. And I think it's easier to come back after, probably. So I'll send you guys a message.
Okay.
Okay. So Bia, so June and Gabriel, they met and they discussed your future and they consider you approve. So congratulations.
Obrigada.
So thank you. Thank you. And usually I at this phase I usually don't say anything. Usually I say something about the students at the defense, but I think I need and it was amazing, your presentation. You need to know that you are very competent, you're very intelligent. The presentation was beautiful. I was telling them that I would love to talk like you, to present like you. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. And it's just the qualification, you know. So usually at this phase, we have students just presenting some ideas. Oh my God, you present a beautiful project, an amazing review of the literature, and I know that you know much more because it's just a 20 minutes presentation. So it was like an hour. I'm sure that you will talk for an hour. So yeah, you need to convince yourself that you are good, you know?
Thank you.
You are very good. And you're doing a beautiful way, you know? You are so special. Really.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm really grateful for Professor June and Professor Gabriel as well. You guys are very kind to me, and I feel that this moment is really special. So thank you very much. I'm grateful for you guys.
You did an amazing job. It was so it just blew me away. It like beautiful, amazing. Like you should be so proud. You're such a great speaker as well.
Thank you very much.
I think the same. O projeto tá redondinho, redondo. How do you say redondo? It's I don't know how to say that.
Thank you. The project is very round.
Yeah. Really? Okay.
Okay, guys.
Like a circle, like a circle.
Like a circle.
Yes.
Like a circle. Yeah, perfect. Okay, guys. So thank you again, and let's keep going. Thank you.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you, June. Bye-bye.
Congratulations. Bye.
Bye.